Yeah. Hello. Hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Oh my goodness, I'm stuck. I'm not stuck anymore. Hi. Welcome. That's a caller. Hello. Hope you're doing good. Oh my god. Hi, Bo. Hi, Bo. And hi, Akopor. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'm still. I'm feel like I'm all over the place. I just got back from. I just got back from the acupuncture, don't you? Yeah, acupuncture place because apparently my mom has this appointment. Right, she's been doing acupuncture for her weirdly painful left arm, and then I forgot it's today. I was like, oh, after I had breakfast or lunch, and then mom told me it's like, hey, 等一下你要带我去. Then she said something like, later you must bring me to the acupuncture place. And I'm like, I forgot it's today. Actually forgot it's today. It's like, oh god. Oh man. Everything went well, right? I think this one is like, it needs to be a 5-time thing, right? It's a 5-time thing. Well, even though I have 4 fingies, right? 5 is very difficult, I understand. But yeah, this is the second. Yeah, this is the second time that she does it now. Hopefully the third time it's gonna work better? Question mark? I don't know. I don't know if acupuncture actually works, to be honest. Like, it's just, I mean, needle stab in one place, and then they use like the electrical current thing, and then they clip it to the needle, and then they do a little bit of like, they control the electricity, and then leave it there for like 20 minutes or maybe more than that. But they say 20 minutes is like the good amount, right? Not too short, not too long. The E-stim, I think that's what they're called, question mark? I mean, E-stim means electrical stimulator, question mark? Actually, I have no idea what that means. But yeah, something electric on the needle, and then just like sending electrical current to the needle to that place, and then leave it there for like 20 minutes plus a little bit. That's usually the acupuncture procedure that I've seen anyway. I don't know how the other acupuncture works, but this one I've seen works that way. Aquaboard, cool. My grandma regularly gets acupuncture. I still kinda wonder if it works. Yeah, same. I have no idea as well. Fish punching. Come on, gonna have a fucking aneurysm. What is aneurysm? I heard of the word before. Let me go Google. Aneurysm. Abnormal bulge or ballooning on the wall of a blood vessel? That sounds not fun. Why am I stuck? I know I'm stuck. I'm gonna pop a vein in my head, brain explosion, sometimes fatal. Well, maybe don't have that? Sometimes? Mostly. So aneurysm is fatal most of the time. Don't have to... Don't! Fish by becoming fish. Alright, something's not right. Give me a second. There, I think that's right now. Is it because of the person doesn't want to eat in Monsanto world? Is that why? I'm speechless actually. I mean, I get that people don't people sometimes don't follow the basics. If this fucking asshole that I'm fucking dating will listen to people that know more than him and shove his ego deep in his head and stop saying food is optional. That is crazy. Oh. Hello, ferret today. Oh, ferret. Ferret. I mean, if food is optional, right? Food is optional, but at this point, or like, it's not a must, but it makes things a lot more fun and balanced. I don't know what to say to that. You're on your own on this one. Oh. Tiki Shack. You're on your own. Good luck, Jade. I can't help with this. They don't wanna eat, not my problem. Getting chased by Diablos. I don't know what to say. I just want Bracky. Same. You know, we all want Bracky. He wasn't chased. I mean, he got chased for like a few. Yeah. With a hunting horn, hey, good. Hey, if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it still works, I guess. I don't know. Have they experienced like fainting multiple times or like losing a quest yet? If not, then maybe it's a good experience, you know. Part of the, you know, rite of passage, if I could say that. We just did. Okay, maybe they'll learn now, I hope. Because the ego. Oh man, so fun. Nope. Oop, oh my brick. He doesn't eat food. For what reason? Hi Brian. Oh my god, brick. Hey. Buffs are for the weak ones. I can do the same thing with skill. True, but he needs to learn first before he can do that. Right? The skill doesn't come from a few days, it comes from years of... Oh, maybe not years, but constant playing for a long time. He's upgrading lowering armor. It's a way of playing it. He has 2k Zany left. It's a way of... It's a way of playing it. Skills the result of being weak. If you're weak and then you really want to get good in the game, like when I play Tekken, yeah. Like you yearn to win, and that yearning makes you learn, and then the more you learn, the better skills you have. In a way, yeah, right? Being weak does make people want to learn and be good at things. I feel anyway. I finally played WoW, so I'm able to hang out your streams again. I was avoiding it to avoid much about WoWs. Ah, fair. I love Wilds, but my PC cannot handle it. It's kinda sad. But oh, speaking of hybrid, oh my god, hybrid. I got this thing called looseless scaling. It kind of works. it kind of works, right? My game is able, well, while not streaming, but my game is able to run. I will drink after. My game is able to run at like a sort of stable 28 to 30 FPS. Sort of stable. So it good, right? Lossless scaling is pretty good. I like that. I was able to stream decently with frame generation on. Ooh, when I had frame generation on, my PC exploded. But otherwise it runs really good when not streaming. Oh. Yeah, my game can run okay-ish when I'm not streaming, but when I stream, the game actually runs like shit, unfortunately. But I just want to play Wilds. Frame generation adds like 30 frames, I get over 90 frames for some reason. Yeah, they go past the 60, right? They go past the 60. It's like, But hey, I don't I don't need wilds for now. I mean, I need wilds every day. I'm still saving out for a graphic card. It's so great to hear your voice again. It's so great to see y'all again. I'm happy. Yesterday I had fun hanging out with my friend as well. We had lots of fun. We watched movie together. I mean, we were supposed to play some game, but then they were like, I'm a little bit tired, and then we decided to watch movie instead. We watched the Labyrinth, like a maze, the Labyrinth, like a old one. You have like a David Bowie as the Goblin King. Yeah. We watched that. It's so good. I don't know who David Bowie was until yesterday, and then holy, he's hot. Hottest Goblin, nice movie. Yeah, I didn't know. Like, to be fair, to be honest, I never really watch movie, if at all. Most of the time, I would just play games instead. But then yesterday, because of them, I was like, hey, you know, if you want to wind down and not play some games, you could always choose to do something else. And it's like, let's watch a movie. Sure, okay, let's do it. Heck yeah. And then they chose this movie, and I was like, oh. Have you seen it before? No, it's the first time. It was an icon. I can definitely see why. Like, David Bowie has such a vibe, honestly. Like, it's not the first time, but it's so rare for me to say this, like, to a non-dragon. But man, is he hot. Look, David Bowie looks good, especially in that movie. It's like, wow. The goblins were fucking funny as well. I love that movie. the swamp of eternal stench or something like that. Heck yeah, lots of fart noises as well. Fun movie. Like, love that. Anyway. Hilariously, David Bowie's costume in that movie turned at least one person into a lesbian. That's a comically long story behind it. Oh my god. Really? I love the little caterpillar guy. Oh yeah, the one Sarah meet at the early maze. Not I forgot who the goblin was. Hogard? I forgot. But that little caterpillar, yeah. Oh, hey, Brian. We got Brian. Love the behind the scenes stuff. In a lot of movie had Jim Henson behind it. I don't know much about the other movies, but boy, that movie makes me feel kind of happy. Hey, I got something crunchy. It was one of the most major films he got to work on. Ooh. Let's open up Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate. Yeah, it was very interesting that I get to play. I get to watch the labyrinth. I don't know how to read that word. That word is tough. Some of the cans are like special rocks you can chew longer than normal. It's almost like a chewing gum for kobolds. How often do you play with randos on Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate? Never. But if you want, like, if people I know wants to join, heck yeah, I'm okay with that. Also, look, well, not me, but my sister bought Monster Hunter Rise, a physical disc of Monster Hunter Rise. I was like, ooh, let me play it. And then once I put it into the Switch system, I was like, I fucking have Rise and Sunbreak on my Steam. Why not just play it there? And I was like, yeah, I didn't play it at all. It's so weird. It feels weird. Alright, I need to switch off the music as well. Yukumo. Uh-oh, why is the captions not working? Yeah, why is the captions not working? If the caption is not working, that means the voice mod is not working. Let me check something real quick. I'm sorry. Give me a second. Input, digital audio interface. What the fuck is that? This one. That's the input. Thank you very much. And true speaker. Okay, there we go. Alright, it should work now. It should work. Okay, there we go. I've definitely bought games more than once, mostly games on console that I realized later in life would be way better on PC. Bought Doom Eternal literally on launch at full price for PS4, and then stopped like 4 or 5 stages in because it was too hard. Oh. I mean, I didn't buy Monster Hunter Rise, my sister did. By the way, my sister is coming back on... I'm sorry, give me a second. You know, the one that appears on stream sometimes, that sister, she's coming back on April 18. It's like, ooh, heck yeah. She's coming back soon. I'm so excited. Auto detect. Don't crash. Thank you. You should just hunt me. I should be hunted instead. I'm just a little couple. Hi, Zerain. Oh. I'm way better at shooters and PC, but now it's been on the back burner for several years. I bought it on PC on discount, like, Hi, Cole. Hi, Cobalt friend. Hi. A bad example because somebody actually gifted it to you. Oh. Monster Hunter. This game is still peak, honestly. Right back. Of course, take your time. If I look at this, I'm looking here. The mirror. That works. That works. MSGU so peak. I know, right? Like, I love Wilds, but holy shit, Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate is something else still. Like, I play for a long time already, right? 179 hours, I'm still at HR 6. Wow. Oh my god. Oh. So peak. Hi. What did I do? Whoa, Mephisto. I actually... Oh yeah, I hate Mephisto in this game. the more I fight Malfestio, the more I hate Malfestio. Oh man. Old school Monster Hunter just hits different. Oh my god, huge agree, yeah. Like it's such a different game, but it's so good still. Like usually when I play most games, and then most game has like, oh, the old version of that certain game doesn't, it's not that good now that the new version is out, right? But then this game, Monster Hunter, is like, you can play the old one and they hold up on their own, right? They hold up on their own. And then you can play the new one and they're so good still. It's like, right? It's so cool, honestly. Hi, Dragon Colony. Can I see the beans? Fish for something to buy. Chicken nugget? I wanna eat chicken nugget. Nah, don't eat rat. Breen is here. Breen's here. Don't eat rat. Hi, Bracky. Oh my god, hi. Bracky. Shakalaka ping pong. Cha-cha been wondering, are you big fan of cha-cha and kayamba? Oh god, we thought so. I'm blocking the words. Hyper Yenkuku and Shogun Senator in Marshlands. Oh yeah, there's hyper monsters now, right? Of course, I forgot. Hunter sub, okay. You. We still haven't fished up Brecky yet. Brecky is not coming out. It's so tough. Cuckoo da silly? Cuckoo cute. We need to get Brecky someday. Also look, well, I have two maiden kitty now. That's my nugget. Only a success? That's fine. I must eat cheese. Oh yeah, I like the dragon salad, dragon eggplants, shaped dragon mussels, and spring dragon sushi, kata dragon risotto. Oh my god! I told you I'm not in the water. I was sitting on the side watching you lose your mind. I'm losing my mind. I need to get Bucky. I need to get Bucky. I'm losing my mind. Dragon eggplant. But then the buff is not that good, sadly. That's not Bracky. Fish is the side of the world. Yeah. Bracky told us where Bracky is. We should be able to fish Bracky now. That's not Bracky, but hey, it's chicken nugget. Jeez. Oh yeah, I was playing Dual Blade, I think. Yeah, I was playing Dual Blade. It's so much... Oh no. You got my Nuggy box. Yeah, if we don't fish out Brekkie, we're gonna fish out the Brekkie box, the Brekkie's Nuggy box now. Evil Lav. Capture a Sarah Gills. Hunt a Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson? Sakalu Makala? Astalos and Raytheon? Gammoth and some trios. Astalos and Raytheon, I might feel a little bit more comfortable, I feel like. But then, I don't know. It's a little bit hard to say. Fish that other thing next to Brekkie. Uh-oh, you're not getting your Nuggy box. Oh my god, I cannot talk today. You cannot get your Nuggy box back now. Alright, let's fight this thing. With my Dual Blade, I'm feeling a little bit scared, but I think I can do this. The quest was just steppy, right? Also, I was looking at the skills a little bit. I now have auto tracker. You ate the Nuggy. I had auto tracker now, so I can always see where the monsters are, which is really fucking nice. And I realized I know how to look at this chart now. So the first level of skill will always be 10, right? So I need 2 more distance runner to get the skill of this distance runner, which I believe is sprinter. I'm not too sure, right? And then like I get a +1 expert so that it's not critical -1 anymore. I learned now. I know how to read. I know how to read. So yeah, it's kind of fun figuring out the skill points. But also very painful. But hey, we did it. Let's go fight. Is it raining? Who? What the fuck? It's raining. Holy shit, it's sunny outside. It's so hot outside, but it's... Huh? I'm so confused. Amakin. Demon tech. Look, I can see where the monsters are. It's so good. It's like I'm using cheat engine. Also, how do I... Oh god, I played too much wild, so... No, that's not it. I might die here. Oh, 2 and 7. They're both... Oh, they're both flying wyvern. Oh. Yeah, Astalos and Raytheon. I don't know what is this. This might be Raytheon. It's a 50-50. Yeah, it's a Raytheon. I saw the tail. Hi. Guess we fight down there. I regret my decisions. this was so difficult. Spin? I couldn't hit him. You can't hit him. I know I can perfect dodge this one. I'm poisoned. Hey, I'm dying. I require. Hey, that's my nutrition. I'm dead. Wee. Make a potion. Eat that thing and flex him. What? What? That's something. Ding. Don't do it. Okay, they didn't do it. Yeah. Oh, that was cool. Let's go. Oh. Camera, I can't see shit. Dang. Oh, I broke the back. Give me your tail. Yeah, I remember why I played the dual blade now. Holy shit, it can go so crazy. Wee, spin. Yeah, I remember why I played dual blade now. That is insane. That is insane. And the run while I'm in Valor state is a parry. I don't think dodge is a perfect dodge. I don't think it's perfect dodge, question mark. But yeah, dual blade is insane. I just remembered. It's so fucking cool. And if I remember correctly, if I dodge perfectly, if I parry perfect, oh color, if I parry perfectly, I can restore some sharpness to my weapon. Yeah, I can see why I like dual blade now. One topple is all it takes to cut a radiant tail. Oh, one topple, insane. What can I say? Okay, two of them together. This is kind of bad. Don't know if I should wait it out. I don't think I can wait it out anymore. Unfortunate. Oh! Oh no! Wait! I cannot flip that one. Oh, wait, can I flip that one? If I flip it, it's gonna be wild, but let me try. Let me flip this. Where's that point? There. Hopefully that's not gonna mess too many things up. Let me try to spoil myself. Why do I hear Radiant? It kinda works. Are you Astalos? Okay, I'm gonna run away for now. Tweedle. I think I'm getting close to be able to capture Radiant already. The valid dual blade goes actually crazy. Don't do it! I'm not fighting there. They blocked the fireball for me. I don't want to fight there, it's a loading screen. What if I do my ultimate? Oh, I don't need that. All it takes. One more. One more. Yep. Don't think that works that way. Oh no. Yeah. I want this. Mine. Shut up. I think I captured it already. Yeah. Oh, stop. Oh god, I cannot control myself. This is not what I'm trying to get though. It's weird that the CB in World is the same as in Wilds, but also very different. Yeah. I think Wilds has a lot of similarities for World, since they did mention that Wild is going to be like a Masters of World 2 kind of game. I can see that. CB Blade, my beloved. Yeah, the CB is very cool. Which is also funny because CB is a bad word in Malaysia or Singapore. Don't move! Okay, thank you, I think. Don't do it! Help! Why are you like this? Chill, kitty, chill. Don't kill them. Caliber light, matcha light, dragon light, mega pickaxe broke. Okay, now Radiant should be EP now, I think. There we go. Auto tracker is so good. Weren't you EP? Oops. Guess I came in too early. Don't do it. Ah, yeah, that was guaranteed. Smiles. No! Wake up! Oh, thank God. It is just me. Oh, does this bring me back? No. Fish using kobo yips. I can help. I can help with a little bit of yip, yip, and a yip, and that yip, and this yip, yip over there. It's shiny. Oi. Oi. Hand up, boss. Someone's calling. Hi. Hello? Yeah, I'm on the way. Bulan 4 2020. Oh, kita di apa maksudnya? 29 ini. Itu Selasa apa? Bon, 29 dong. Apa masalahnya? Bagi saya ya, oke. Oh, betul. Thank you ya. Thank you. Interesting. They changed my they changed my hospital appointment date. It was supposed to be April 22nd. Now it's April 27. I mean, I'm okay with that, right? But yeah, no. Sometimes hospital nurses are really nice. You know, something like that. They just call my personal number. It's like, yeah, cool, thanks. No, for real, not ironic thanks, but that was actually a genuine thanks from them. That I don't need to go to that place and know what the appointment time is. It's like, yeah, it's really nice. I like it. Right, now we can fight. Astos the beam. Astos is so hot. Must smooch. Spin. Spin. I tried to parry that one. There it is. I went the wrong way. Going in with the coolest attack. Oh, I'm dead. Whee! Oh yeah. I tried. Ow. Holy. That was lucky. Also very cool. Spin. Fish using water? What did water get? Feels like I should have some new upgrade from the Soritorium. I haven't been there in a long time. Maybe? What happened? That was cool. That was a cool camera angle. I love that. Ow. Tail. Got him. Yeah. We parried it. I tried. I thought it was cool. I cannot see shit. Calling Breckie stinky. It's only legendary fish, but no Breckie. Yeah, I mean, I checked. Breckie's in the pond, or at the side of the pond. Ow. Hold Breckie. Why fish Breckie when Breckie is right here? It's a different thing. I mean, it's not a different thing, but it's a different feeling. Nice, Zeus Pop. Oh god, I have to go. Oh. I want 2 Breckies. Valid. Four different things from one bone pile. Yeah. Three times? Crazy. Valor Double is crazy. But they will break the time continuum? I don't care, I want Pawn Breaky because Pawn Breaky isn't stinky. The limited edition Tylra plush. You calling Breaky stinky? I don't know. Oh, weren't you an EP? I guess I cannot go in too early. Heck yeah. Time to smooch. Time to smooch. Time to smooch Dotan. Smooch Dragon when Dragon's asleep. Exactly what a kobo would do. Should do, actually. That was 26 minutes? Dang, I'm slow. Fish using Jade, who is also stinky. The kobo mad with power after realizing they can pummel dragons into submission for more smooches? Can you imagine Kobo using endgame stuff? I don't think... I think in this game, between me and endgame in this game, it's still so super duper heckin' far away, I feel like. Delicious trees! Yeah, I love Feline Defender. Alright. I'm feeling DP. You're still using stuff you didn't grind for? No, I grind for it when I was doing village quest, and now I'm doing hub quests which will actually up my HR rank. Old Monster Hunter stuff. Similar to Rise, actually. I love Fiat dependent to buy the song with the sleigh. Oh man. It's funny, I feel like I know who doesn't like it as well, I think. I just have a funny feeling. Do I fight Shagaru? I'm a little bit scared. I feel like my Doba is not good enough to fight Shagaru, but I don't know. 2 good boy? Kinda Mike Tyson? Oof. Holy! Pickle and fucking monkey? Arena? A man's arena is his castle? 4 monsters. Hyper... Oh, these are all hyper quests now. These are all arena quests. And all large monsters, not including Celtas. This is like so fucked up. I have to kill Celta's queen, but not the Celtas? Oh. Bars are for weak people. Forgot. I'm weak. I'm so weak. It's beyond belief. I guess I can try fighting a Shagaru. The Shagaru is elder, right? We cannot capture Shagaru. Yeah. In real life, weak. Actually, both. I know I'm weak, like in real life as well, like super duper weak. But as a kobold, I'm also very weak. I'm kinda strong enough because I'm just big. Oh heck yeah. I'm not. Apparently, the friend that I was talking to yesterday, they're big. I'm so fucking small. I mean, to be fair, me and my family, I'm like the tallest person in the family. But then, I guess it's short for like people in the US or like people at the foreigners, right? I'm small for foreigners. I treat my large dogs like small dogs. Oh, I mean for context. Oh yeah, my friend mentioned. I mean, I'm 171 cm, and they mentioned that I'm 5'7". They say. Yeah, 5'7". They mentioned. It's like and then they're like 7 something. It's like 171 cm. Laughs in 6'3". I'm still small. 109. Oh my god, that's tall. Holy. I almost say something sussy. I'm wondering if it starts raining. I'm 100. Oh my god, how? I mean, I know how. Foreigners. Me, Asian, am small. Oh, I forgot to put provisions. Here we go. Rook. Something's coming? Yeah. I'm dead. I don't know why I did that. Ow. Crazy how this don't attack. Angry dragon. Ow. Triple. Oh. Delicious. I need more. Okay. I'm holding it. Hiya. Unfortunate. Oh, I pressed parry. A little bit late on that one. Ooh, you can parry that? Are you AoE? Oh, cool. Holy shit, my cat is angry. Wait. Thank you. Oh! Hi, Kanai. I get it. Oh god. It's a lot bigger than I thought. Ow. Hey! All good. Oi! I thought it goes sideways. Okay, this is really bad. I want to heal, but I don't know how. Feels like every time I heal, it feels like every time I heal could be a trade, which is not what I want. Right, that's good enough. That's good enough. Got him. Ayo. The power of rock. Save me, rock. Thank you, rock. I love you, rock. Truly a kobold's friend. You're the best. I'm holding it. I'm not holding anymore. I'm holding it. Ooh. Can react to that. Oi! They have a 180. Save me, rock. Sugar-free gummy bear. Ooh. Sugar-free. Oh no. Holding it. That was cool. That's really bad. Ooh, okay. Got him. Very nice. Oh my god. Ayo. Where's the rock? The rock got destroyed? Oh my god, rock would get destroyed. Imagine buying a game and choosing not to play the best parts of it. Huh? Kobo. Yes, I got the rating because it's optional and asking talks to everyone. That he doesn't do optional shit. Uh-oh. That is... No offense, but this is such a weird way of playing a game. Like, I'm sorry. Getting close, I think. That was quick. No more rock to save my life. Okay, we're safe. They might do it 2 times. Yeah, they do 2 times, I'm safe. Lucky. Ow. I have to hold it. I have to hold it again. Oh no, I got juked. Beeline defender. Okay. I'm doing it. I'm dead. I'm not dead. I lied. Oh. Nice. Ooh. I think I'm close to winning already. It's already showing some signs of weakness already. I'm close. Hey! I have to roll inside. Oh no! I got greedy. Yeah. If they keep doing that move, I'm gonna die. Which... Okay. Some flinches. Oh, okay. Hey, my doble is not bad. bad. GG. Esmagala Prism Wing. I broke 2 horns, 1 tail. Didn't break the wing claw. Fish 5 golds. Koi? I'm just doing this to get the Valor stance as fast as possible, or Valor state. Do this, and then once I'm Valor, just go apeshit. It's so fun. Yeah, Dual Blade in Valor Dual Blade is so fun. Whoa! Whoa! Nice. What a helicopter. Weapon? That was 18 minutes of non-stop fight. Get strong, I will. Wait, let me... Okay, let's do it. I have space. Hey. Why am I looking that way now? Now it's staring into your soul. Give me dragon or I take your soul. Oh yeah. Nice. I'm gonna go take my phone real quick. Me with no brekkie. Oh, you got Droxen. Heck yeah. What did I fight? If I fight this one, I could get... Ice Resistance L? Yeah. Imagine using Ice Element to fight ice monsters. What's with all these like unlucky cat? I'll get this one. That's not braggy pudding. I mean, Lucky Cat is nice, right? Sometimes increases reward. Receive at the end of quest. Yeah, I want this. Almost mythical. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. And I'm fixed. I think it lowers my health to like the minimum at start, I believe. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Don't do it! I'm so hungry. Stealing things? Fish kobo times 10. I guess we fight not Gamma. We fight Gamma first? Let's Gamma, so the other one is Zamtree Alston. Elipong! Hi Elipong! Hey! Hey. Hey. Another one. Oh, that's the whole area. Again, I don't like that move. I tried to parry. Oh. Hi. Where'd you come from? Oh no. What happened? I'm getting bored. Oh good. No vor allowed in my chat or in my channel. That's very slow. Oh, nearly. Oh, nearly. Tiny here? I'm actually down here. Yeah. You feel like defender? No, I don't feel like defender.
Do it. Oh my god. Brother, when two of them together, it is like cancer. Oh no, of course he would roll here. 2 roars too, hell yeah. Actually cancer. Don't you love when the monster topples and then the other one just rolls twice so that you have 0 attacking? Love to see it. Nice, Noah. My kobo mine is Team Opok. Team Opok. Alright, I'm doing pretty well, yeah. Roar? Yeah, I should have expected that also. I'm acting weird a little bit. Uh-oh. I didn't pause. Too stuck.
What is this? Honestly, it's not like I don't want to learn about Gamma. It's just I cannot see anything. I cannot see anything what she does. Like, what's going on here? I don't even know. Like, how is that not a hit? That's not a parry because it delayed hit for some reason. Your voice sounds more like female with the kobo version. That's the intention, yeah. I mean, Jane doesn't work, it's been changed by scanning. Did it not work? No way, it worked, right? Oh my god. Chill. Oh, two of them are together now. What is that movement? What? Oh. Give me a second. Hi, come on, go. Oh. My god. Why is the Gamma suddenly so annoying to fight against? Look at the movement, it's so perfect. This game of everything is so perfect. What is this? Four tomato? Hi. Also, hi, Kobo Gold. I'm gonna bitch about this game so hard right now. Are you still gonna run away? Yeah, you do. Okay, okay. How was that by daylight? Thanks for helping me out, DP. Also, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tylra. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. Always. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. Tree. Unfortunate. 90% by the way. DBD was fun? Heck yeah. GG. Did it not? Interesting. I'm pretty sure this works against Gamma, no? Right, they ran away after that. This Gammoth is something else. This Gammoth is perfect. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Every single dodge is perfect. Every single hit is perfect. Even that is like, God. We had a bit of toxic people. It's Dead by Daylight. I think it's very understandable. But still, hopefully it wasn't too bad. Okay, so we have to kill this anthem. Unfortunate. Not enough traps. Music is peak. Honestly, Gamma's music is pretty good, yeah. And Gamma has never been this hard to fight, but this one is just something else, honestly. Alright, let's kill this thing. Unfortunate. I didn't want to do it too. Are you gonna roll? What's happening? It's that Chihuahua guard logo. Oh, wait, did you change name? Your name looks different now. Fish types 20 real. Ooh, I get a light crystal. I think light crystal is a rare thing here. Alright, 7 mega potion against a non-touched Xantrios. Someone who is already transformed. One more. That was weird. I got Goomba stomped. Belly, big belly. Only by some trails. Oh shit. Oh my god, my kid is so mad. Good shit, good shit. He broke something again. One. Oh! What a mix. Almost got schmixed. Got him. More. Belly. Alright, what's happening? Oh, deflame? That was quick. Oh, that was quick! We can capture it already. I have 2 kitty that keeps healing. It's like the best feeling. I don't need to heal as much. What? What? I mean, if it works, I guess. I'm pulling it down here. Or not. Fuck. I'll do it again. Or not. Okay. For the setting trap requires 10 years for this. That was needlessly tough. I forgot about this. There's not enough time. Yeah. But then again, I did fuck around with my weapon for a little bit. Maybe it's time to use the Gunlans again? I mean, Gunlans is pretty fun. Starfish. Croissant shark. Yeah, a lot of legendaries today, huh? I like Nanaga. Oh my god. Why is Naragan so sad over there? Goonblans. Imagine if Bracky was real. I believe Bracky is real, yeah. Why is there so many? Use 3 charms of unknown charms. 1. Oh. Expert 7. Nah, anything that doesn't have like 3 slots I don't want. Oh, switch checks in this game is really fun as well, I forgot. I have like swags, boom boom, big cut, and then 2 cut for you. They all have auto tracker. Gomagala, there's no Gomagala in world, no. No, but there is Gormagala here. You mean in GU? GU there is. At least I saw that one of the Meows nurse. Yeah, there is. There's Gormagala, there's Shagaru as well. I mean, there's Shagaru, so what Gore should be here. What I'm surprised is Wild. They don't have Shagaru, but they have Gore. Which is kind of weird, to be honest. Oh. Think we get Shagaru later? Yeah, I just think it's kind of weird that they don't appear together. It's already like guaranteed at this point. Get the cursed kobold. Oh, Count Quackula. I think Bracky I want to fight using a Gunlons. Let's fight a Seregios. And you capture it? Easy, no problem. What are we fighting? Hollow? Okay. Hermit trap. Ow. What is this? Oh my god. Why do you keep going like super back and forth? I just couldn't touch him. I know Steve is fast, but this is beyond insane. Holy. Is Steve supposed to be this mega fast? Like every single hit of mine is whiffing. That's crazy. Like, you know what I mean, right? They go left and then they go right and then they go left and then they go right non-stop this run. Holy shit, that is annoying as fuck. Yee? Yee. It's funny how I cannot. I didn't do anything on Valor. It's so aggravating. What's with the monsters today? What the fuck? Oh my god. I don't understand. The monsters today are just fucking insane, dude. Oh, now you do that move. Wow, holy. That is so insane! What is wrong with the monsters today? Jesus fucking Christ, this is the worst Steve I ever fought in my entire fucking life! Holy hell, Demon Riot did nothing. Valor Stance did nothing. because of all the tumbles and all the fucking movements and shit flying around non-stop. Fair enough. Brother, 70% of the time I'm just chasing this thing down. That is dumb as fuck. This is just not it. What the fuck is wrong with this Steve? I don't think it's normal for Steve to behave this way. There's no way. Like, this is Steve on fucking whatever drugs that it's in. It's crazy. Dead. Watch them tumble me real quick. They're just gonna do a little walk that tumbles me all the time. If not the Seragios do that, it's the Conchu. It's insane. Oh my god. Oh, I forgot to recharge first. I wasted the Demon Riot. Fair enough, I got greedy there. This is the stupidest Steve I ever fought in my entire life. I've never been this annoyed and angry fighting against a Steve. This Steve is just entirely fucking insane out of its mind. If you can fish up 4 legendaries in a row, don't worry for one last 100 radiant to all my 10 antidotes. She kept spamming tail swipe. It's not about the tail swipe, it's not about the antidote, it's about the movement of this fucking Steve. They don't hit me as much, I don't need to drink potion. Movement. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, this Steve is actually on drugs. I mean, my character is on drugs, so I guess that makes sense. You know, I'm on demon drug and armor skin. But still... I've been knocked down on my butt for like at least 100 fucking times fighting against this Steve. It's insane. Yeah, keep doing that. Yeah, keep doing that. Do it again? There it is. Do it again? I mean, you touched the ground for 2 seconds. Two seconds is your world record, I feel like. And now he's just spamming this. What the fuck, man? I've never been this angry fighting against a fucking Steve. This is not right. Like, actual anger is swelling. Like, what the hell? I'm so angry fighting against this Steve. It's so unnatural. This one Steve, I swear to God, it's not normal. This one Steve is not normal at all. That is just not right. This is not a normal Steve. This Steve not only has insane fucking movements and like tumbles and like knocking me on the ground, the entire map of small monsters is also helping it. Like, it's absolutely mind-boggling how this works. I'm not gonna attack for a bit. I feel like it was already yeah, now he's gonna run away. Because if I try to put the trap down, it's gonna run away quickly. Like now, it's running away. That's why I didn't put it down. I don't think it's gonna sleep. I don't think this Sergios, this Steve, is on so many different kinds of drugs, it's not gonna fall asleep at all. So all I can do is hope for the best when I put down the trap. And that it's not going to run away immediately. It's all I can do. And then the quest wants me to capture this thing. Tumble. And there he goes. Thanks. I'm telling you, man, this Sergios is specifically coded to be like this. Like this specific Sergios, designed to piss the fuck out of everyone. It's not asleep yet. What did I say? You need help? I need to capture this thing. Are you seeing what this thing is doing? I could have put down a trap. It's gonna run away soon. Never in my life have I been angered by this and by a Steve like this. Huh? It's running away again. Okay. Where are you gonna go now? That's the end of the map. That is the end of the map. You should be asleep right now. If you are not asleep, this Sergios is specifically coded to piss the fuck out of everyone. If it's not asleep. It's not. It's not sleeping. There it is. Thank you. I'm gonna wait for a little bit more just in case, you know. That happened twice just now when when I was fighting the other things. It showed blue and then they were not asleep yet. So I'm gonna wait for a little bit longer, right? Just a little bit longer for this thing to fall asleep. I hope they are sleeping actually. Should be enough time. Oh, thank you, they're asleep actually. My fucking god, this thief, I swear to god. I love all the thief except for this one. If the quest doesn't want me to capture it, I'm so killing this thing. What a waste of my resources, honestly. Oh. Ooh, what a crazy fight. I feel like I never really tried Insect Glaive in this game. I doubt it's gonna be something like World Insect Glaive where it's kinda OP. Oh, there was a wild fight. I don't like that one bit. Zinogre? Fishing for Brekkie is like that fight? I mean, at least Brekkie is not annoying, Brekkie is cute. That Steve makes me want to do something unspeakable to it. I guess I can try this one. Yeah, I mean, it's two Zinogre. I need 2 pitfall traps. We just cannot get Brekkie at all. Brekkie impossible. So I need net and trap 2 to make another pitfall. think okay, two good boys should be fine. I hope they're not like that Steve just now. I know Zinogre is also a little bit more active, but it shouldn't be as active as that particular Steve. Did I eat? I did, okay. That was a crazy fight. Oh. Double backdash. Another one. Ah! Oh, I sure expected that. Wait, cannot. What's the input for wild swing is this and then oh right. Yeah, I have to press immediately. Reload. I'm not playing wilds. Wild swing only accessible when I do an upswing like this. What I did. Thick tail? Messed them. Yeah. Ooh. There's two here now. Oh, like you should not do that. Two good boys at the same time is kind of hard to deal with. Too many good boy. Right, here we go. That was perfect. Wait, I just got a gem out of it? Well, I'll take it. I got a big shiny out of that. Still cannot fish up Raggy? Yeah, add mine to it. Oh. Oh no, why are you walking to the loading screen? Loading screen? This is bad. What the fuck? Not again. Not again. Not again. Not again. Am I bad at this game, actually? At this point, I feel like I might be just absolutely shit at this game at this point. Because Good Boy is shitting on me, Steve is shitting on me, which, you know, to be fair, back then when I fought these guys, they are not this weirdly difficult, I feel like. Maybe I'm just shit at this game at this point, I feel like. Triple backdash. I believe that. The amount of backdashes is just... I have to kill this thing. Are they dead? Nope, no they're dead. What? I'll take it. I rolled input. Oh wait, you're a new one. Yeah, nothing I can do. I can only let them charge like that. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. That's fast. One's still there. That one I can capture. Oh. Uh-huh. Don't think I can put down the trap here. Oh, they fly straight. Oh my god. I don't dare to put down the trap here. Lady thing? Then running away. Aye. GG. Should just not put it in. Everything is not working to me. Everything is just a total shit today. Fuck, this is the first time I'm actually not having fun in this game. Shit. Shock trap doesn't work against this thing while it's like fully charged up, I think. Are you charged? Maybe I can still capture you if I'm not. Yeah. I think it's still charged. Well, unfortunate. I got killed by my cat. Today's monster feels weird. Oh! Who got Breaky? Who got Breaky? Breaky called a Breaky? Oh my god. It's Eevee? Oh, Eevee made you fish yourself, right? No? So Eevee got Breaky? Holy shit. We got Breaky finally. Yeah, it feels like today is just not Monster Hunter. Everything feels not right. A Breaky got Breaky. Whoa, fish for like at least 200 times. Well, you know, if we add up to all the fishing attempts that they had a few days back, or a few weeks back. Yeah. But there is no other fishing and I didn't use the command. As a mod, Eevee can make someone specific fish instead of like them fishing on their own. So what if Breaky catch Breaky and tried it? It happened. Oh, fully charged still. Oh, yeah, there's another hit, I forgot. Oh. Thank you all. Oh. That was a weird timing to get stunned, but okay. I have a weapon, I have a tongue. I give sub. I give sub. Whoa, should get breaky now. Thanks again, Whoa. Now Whoa didn't only lose the fishing game, now they also lost money. Oh no. Oh yeah, the meal effect doesn't... I forgot. I played too much Wild lately. Guess I have to fight with this health. What a weird day today at Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate. Every single monster is on drugs, I feel like. Like, I swear, dude, I know I'm bad at the game, but not this bad. They were dodging everything perfectly. I mean, that stun timing was unfortunate, but like... Okay. Weird, but okay. I thought that was knocked backwards already, but apparently it still is. Alright. I mean, it feels like today Monster Hunter is just not right. I don't know. There are days like this, I believe. It's not like... There we go. It's not like I want everything to be like going my way. That's like unnatural. At least I want things to be right, you know? We are 2 hit on... Okay. I'm dumb. It's rare, but it's not never seen before. Okay. Another one. There it is. I make it dead. That chirping when you are stunned is actually Jade sitting ahead. But Jade is too big though. There won't be chirping anymore. That's me being squished. Unfortunate terrible and an inaccessible wall. Happens, it happens. Don't worry. It happens. Today Mass Hunter Generation Ultimate is just not... It's not right. Today it's not right. Everything is not right with this game. Everything is not normal. Stun? Oh, right, the tail swipe. Stun? No stun, okay. Oh! Oh. I swear I'm not that bad at this game. Oh, my kitty's so angry, just like I am. Ow, kitty. I swear I'm not that bad at this game, am I? I think so. Maybe I just am. Everything is not right. Yeah, I'm just bad, I feel like. I'm so bad. There's no other way to explain what I'm feeling right now. The monster's behavior seems so different. There's no way, right? Am I in an ARG? Is that it? I'm being paranoid now. Fuck. Oh, crap. That still hits, okay. Hi Solar. Off day doesn't make you bad, but being bad is also okay. I hope so. Like right now I'm just being a little piss baby right now, like being angry and everything. Man. Oh yeah, I'm already out of. That 65% fail is fair. That one is fair at least. I swear. Be angry at this? I can never be angry at Brecky Pudi. Oh, I guess you're not blue yet. Been lied to again. Should have stayed a little bit longer before going in. No, it's not right. Today's game is not right. I swear to God, it's not right. It's not normal. It's not normal. It is not. Nah, today's game is not right. I swear to God that everything is not right today. Well, not everything, but the thing in Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate. Nah, it's not right today. Nah. There's no way. Oh? Druxon got fished up twice today. Restart game, see that. It's not lag, it's the monster behavior today. Like, super weird. That Steve just now that I fought, like, it was Steve on multiple effects of drugs. The good boy here is kind of fine, but still a little bit eh. Maybe they found out you look at your private images. I mean, I don't think they're surprised at this point. Would they still be surprised if a kobo is actually looking at their private images? Yeah, that would be. You know what? That would be. That's a fair point. "36 minutes! Good God, man, that's... Kobo looking at Mon Loots is just Tuesday. Hey, look, it's an everyday occurrence, huh? No, you're not wrong, you're not wrong. I agree to that statement wholeheartedly. We need new fish since we fished up Bracky, right? Is it egotistical if I add another plushie of mine into it? Am I stroking my ego if I put if I put another one of mine into it? Ooh, defense L, I like this one. We don't have plush bolt yet. 5 more brackies for the pawn. Yeah, 5 more bracky for the pawn. Just remove bracky and... Oh. I want to add Ixon and Laveau into the pawn. And also maybe Archmuffin. I should ask them. And maybe even Solar. With a plush bolt, yeah, we struck something else? Good. Good. You know what, I need it, alright? I need it. With my current mental state, I need it. Let's play the easy weapon. Right, let's play the easy weapon. Maybe that will take my mind off things, right? Maybe I'm thinking way too much. Oh, they're so far apart. That works. That's so many. But they're all so bad. Right, yeah, let's play the easy weapon. I hope I don't hurt anyone saying that gun lens is easy. Oh, this one is gonna be tough. I believe even if I block a Mike Tyson attack, I'm still gonna get Blast Blighted. Who knows, let's give it a try. Alright, I'm ready to get my ass beat by Mike Tyson. That was quick. We should make the pond bigger by adding more fish, question mark? I want to add more dragon into the pond. Solar, can I add solar? Oh, so it's easier to see? Okay. For sure, I can do that. Give me a second. But then there's like, the next size is the size that I had before. Setting, this one? Alright, it's restarting. I mean, I could stretch the source in OBS, but I kinda don't want that. Alright, I'm just waiting for it to restart. It should start up soon. Mike Tyson. my god. That was full health. Alright, I forgot you cannot go forward. Ah, it's so weird. Alright, it's all good. Oh, Can I at least listen to the music? God damn it. Without going to the loading screen. Oh. Blast blighted. I ran into it like a dum-dum. Ooh. Oh, that's a big boy, right? I think. The necklace? Uh-oh. It's the cancer's little thing. Oh, sun is shining right in my face. It was raining a moment ago and now it's like super duper hot. Like these days the weather is very weird. Here we go. Sorry about that. When is it not super duper hot? No. Like it's like abnormally hot today. Another big one. think I have enough time. Fair enough. That was me being dumb. Ooh, yeah. Was I blast blighted? I might be. I think every hit just triggers Blast Blight. Yep, it does. It has like the Blast Blight damage because of the red health. This one looks normal, right? That's the Blast Blight. It's 5C here today. I get some snow on the weekend again, which is quite unusual for this time of year. I think, yeah, this year in general is just so unusual. Especially when it comes to weather. It's just, it's very weird. The sun is shining directly in my face. Do I close the curtain or do I get the sun on my face? You know what? I want the sun on my face. Let me put the exposure to -8. That should work. The only downside is that I cannot look at the screen properly. Lucky. Milk the kobo. Shit. Kitty, I swear to God, sometimes Kitty's just trying to kill me as well. I don't like it when the Kitty is like, when I'm already recovered from the roar, and then Kitty just like, let me save you, and then hits me for more time being stunned. just keeps getting exploded. I swear to God, since when I switched side? What? How did I even... Whoa. How did I even... Did I flip? I didn't Ugh, today is so weird. I don't get it. Why? Why? Oh my god, today is so scarily weird. Nah, man. Nah, today is so weird. What the hell? That is not right. How did it get... I'm scared. I'm legit actually... I'm shaking. Not the Bracky music? Bracky music is pretty good, yeah. Although fighting against it could be a little bit annoying, but hey, that's Bracky being Bracky. Not Bracky. Brachiosaurus. Not Bracky. Brachiosaurus. I just realized the naming. Bracky. Different Bracky. Okay, that's a guaranteed hit if I dodge the first one. Oh, brother. Nah, today is just not right. I'm back again. What is this? Why am I flipped back? Oh, I'm scared. What the fuck is going on? Nah. I'm not paranoid. It's not right. What the fuck? Nah, I'm actually scared now. That's not right. Hi, premium. Console? Yeah, I'm playing this on Switch. Just hold it. Gonna believe I didn't react to that. Why am I flipped back? What happened? Like, the game is so weird today. And then now Obvious is doing this? I'm actually scared. Alright. That was close. And yep, fair enough. I'm just gonna do this. I really missed out in this game. No console, sadly. No. Yeah, this game. Look, as much as I am being scared at this game right now. Oh. Like today, it's like. The monster behavior is so weird. And now my OBS is doing this. It's making me feel like I'm so paranoid though. Like everything is not right today. It's not. Everything is so weird. I'm gonna flip again. Alright. I have no hotkey to make it flip again. Right? I have no hotkey to make. It's raining outside. What the fuck? No. Am I in a fever dream? Is that it? I shit you not. It's raining outside. Oh, today is so weird. I must be in a dream. Holy shit. There's no way. There's no way. I'm actually scared. Wow. I mean, honestly though, premium, if you get a chance, okay, if you get a chance to get a Switch, definitely try out this game. It's so fucking good. Even though today it's weird, it's still very good. I just gotta make it clear, today the game is behaving really weird. Yeah, please squish me. Let me know if this is a dream or not. Slip. Oh, wait, why did that happen though? Okay, it's not weird then. Okay. So it must be some sort of a setting that just makes it go back to the default setting. Guess I'm not gonna split myself to the other side then. I actually didn't know it does that. Look at that! Like, no! No! Ugh, fuck! Today is... It's not right, it's not right. It's so weird, it's so weird. And it's sunny again. I'm... Nah. I must be going mentally insane today. What the hell is going on? Nah. It stopped raining and sun is shining directly at my face again. Oh my god, what is this? I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. I am not making this shit up. This is so weird. this is a trade, I'm gonna get hit again? No? Okay. I mean, over here I'm just blocking the item. I think it's not too bad. What are you doing to it, Twiddle? I am so angry I want to destroy its whole species. Renep lost more like they're extinct loss. Yep, I guess it's just weird today. Like, not only the game, even the weather is weird today. Fuck. I'm going mentally insane. Shit. First time in stream. First time happening on the stream. Your local kobo is going mentally insane. No follow-up. Nice. Oh, don't you love that big boy has no recovery? Crazy. But then again, it's brachiados. I understand. The ADHD bottom. How many backdashes already? If I counted correctly, that was a 17 one. I remember someone making a whole ass bracket, those interraging brackets over time so people in the amateur could, you know, do the thing. Do what thing? Fight him? Monster Hunter roleplay? So fighting him with words? I can explode, I can explode. Please roll. In like, oh, VR chat. I'm not surprised. I mean, it's VR chat. Man, I should have just gone with Maple Story today. Does this work? No, it doesn't. What? One backdashes. Still counting. Another one? No follow-up? Your head is tough since when? "24, as far as I can see. Made everything breakable as a toggle and whatnot since I jacked them off. I was not invited to jack off a brachiosaurus? You know what, I'm afraid to. I don't really think I can go into VR chat. You like him anyways? I never say I don't like him. I always love Mike Tyson. I mentioned it's annoying to fight. Don't tell me it's not annoying to fight. You'll be lying. What? He's more kangaroo, I think. run away. Everything is not going right. I mean, if a Monster Hunter game not going right is super normal, but it's just... It happened way too much today. It just makes me feel a little bit uneasy. It's stun -10, holy shit. No, I didn't. I captured them. No, not Bracky. Mike Tyson. I love him because he's... I love him, so I nicknamed him Mike Tyson. He was my fucking favorite in the world. Albeit it's a pain in the ass to find, but god, is Mike Tyson hot. Let me rephrase that. Brachiosaurus is hot, okay? And the Raging Brachiosaurus music is like #1. I have a slightly... Good, good. Good to know, good to know. Bracky is out? Honestly, yeah. Since, you know, Bracky is a dragon, so obviously Bracky is out. Gleifness and Uragaan. Good Boy and I Hate the Roar. Another Bracky. Am I insane enough to fight another Bracky immediately? Yeah. Yeah, I am. I told you I'm already mentally insane today. We're finding it in Island. I don't think Island I need any... I don't think I need hot drink and cold drink, yeah. I do like Bracky too, very cool. Yeah, Brachiosaurus Mike Tyson is very fucking cool. Like, I remember the first time I looked at Raging Brachiosaurus in Monster Hunter World, goosebumps, my whole skin just like crawls because it's so good. And then the Brachia theme becomes like a choir. It's like, whoo. That one made me leak. Huh? Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Are you a leak? Since I found out about Raging Brachiosaurus, I'm a leak. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's just a leak. Didn't know that music can turn kobolds into greenery? Well, now you know. I swear to god the weather cannot make up its goddamn mind. What is even going on? Bye bye. Yellow, did you see me? Why would you roll there? Well, step. It's so weird. I was pushing the other way. I'm not paranoid. I swear to fucking god. Everything is so weird today. Here we go with the bank dashes. I understand, I understand. Alright, the second one. Third one. Mug. I don't think I can win this one. Like, I'm being super real right here. With this amount of health, it's not going to win. If I have Blast Blight on, it's gonna be like a one-shot. Easily. Got a cool new mug. I can slap a dragon sticker on it. That's a plus blade. I think that's a loading screen. It would be nice if we can see something now. Yeah. I got greedy. I forgot I have no health to tank any hit. Alright, don't get shiny. It's gonna be hard to resist, but I cannot get shiny. If I get shiny, it's just guaranteed death. Alright, let's try my best. Oh, it seems like a blast blade. I did it. Cannot cheat? Can confirm Frogger engine has the same dimensions it did in World. So they didn't change the size, but it just looks smaller? Scenes from the head is tough. How many backdashes? You gotta do it again? Yep, you gotta do it again? I'm actually getting angry now. Like, brother. You know what I'm talking about? Dick size? I mean, I didn't really look at the dick size of Anjanath in Monster Hunter World. I didn't really count how big they are. I'm expecting the fact that she doesn't do it anymore. Let's start full momentum. Split. So if I dodge the first one, second is guaranteed. Maybe I should just block 2 hits. I'm not chasing that. Unless it's no more full momentum. Sorry, I'm not pausing the game for that for now. Okay, no, when it's literally a third fucking leg? I don't know. I just didn't look at the dimensions and count how big it is. I just know it's big, but that's pretty much it, I think. Okay, backdash again. Yep, gonna do it again. Yeah, sidestep. Yeah. Wanna do it again? Jeez. I'm not even playing Tekken. Yeah, do it again. Sidestep. Yeah. Fucking hell. God, it just feels like I have anger issues right now. No follow-up? Okay. Sidestep? 3 sidesteps? Thank God for wall. I'm dead here. Hey, thanks.
Was it limping? Yeah, it was. Oh, God. Yeah, why am I even trying? At least this one sleeps pretty fast. Okay, wow, two Bracky is not a good idea. The amount of sidestep and the amount of fucking backdash is insane from this one. Holy fucking shit. Yeah. How you been? It could have been better. I was doing good, and then so many things that just raises my paranoia. You got robbed? In real life? Whoa, holy fucking shit. Excuse me if my current state is not like I feel bad for you, but my current state is just too unstable right now. But I'm sorry I have to go through that. Did you have any like police reports or like anything that could recoup?
With the loss that you've suffered through? Our cousin did it because we were kicking him out of our house which was his own fault, so he stole something for every family member here. Oh, they kind of robbed. Well, since it's a family matter, so I wouldn't pry too much then. Man, I'm already like this. Do I hunt more? I feel if I hunt more, I might just go even more unstable. Ah, fuck. I hate it when this happens. I just feel like everything was going well until that Steve showed up. Ugh. I'll do one more hunt and see how that goes. Oh, I already ate. Hyper. Hyper Retinals shouldn't be too tough, I feel like. Might be my famous last words, but hey. Right, we're in Hollow, okay. Right, all good. Well, one more hunt. See how this goes. I feel like Rattles shouldn't be too hard. Or shouldn't be too much of a problem. It's fine. Instant. You're a lot different. This is gonna be bad. I can already feel. What? Fair enough. Guess you also have instant charge? GG. GG. Oh my god. Today's not the day. Today's really not the day. Normally I'm playing really bad, but the monsters are all like on cracks. It's crazy. Hi, Lex. I'm throwing a big temper tantrum right now. Get pets? Heck yeah. Thanks, legs. Oh, right, I flipped that one. Oh. I'll fix it after. He gets pets. It's okay, it's the thought that counts. Okay. Insta charge. Another charge. Okay. Guess that one hits behind. That's still a top. Yeah, this is bad. This is really, really bad. Oh, I forgot to flip that. Oh. Insta charge? No? There it is. Right. Come on. Truly a famous last words. Why did I even do this? I guess today is just not it. Unfortunate. Fair enough. Yep, I understand. Today is not it. It's not it. Time we're playing a good Monster Hunter game now, I see. One that actually works and is finished and worth its money and not 80 bucks. Yeah, true. I just feel like today is not the day. Throughout all the hunts that I had today, it's all just monster behavior is wild. I'm playing badly like a shithead. Unfortunate. It happens, I guess. Often happens. Already done with wilds? Not really. It's just that my PC really cannot handle wilds when I stream it. It goes really bad. Sometimes my PC will go like really loud when I stream wilds. Oh yeah, flip. Flip it back, flip it back. But then last night I found lossless scaling, something that actually helps the game runs at like a smooth, well not smooth, runs like a stable 30 FPS, which is pretty good. Sorry for throwing a big temper tantrum. Still hope you are doing good. I know me saying this is probably doesn't mean much right now, especially. Nice leg. Nice movement. And I'm stunned? No, okay. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. Like today, all the fights I don't see there's any chance that I can retaliate at all. Every single attack is just safe. And if I try to punish their whiffed attack, I just die instead. That's how I feel about today's hunt. Every single monster is like that. Seragios is like that. Brachy is like that. Now Rathalos is like that as well. Maybe I'm just paranoid at this point. But it's just truly how I feel right now. Like, I swear I'm not this bad at the game, but still. Sometimes monsters have fun, sometimes they want to make you get angry back at them. It's so true. Like, they do that, I should be able to, like, get that one hit in, right? Just one hit don't breaks them. Yeah, that's me being dumb. I'm dead. GG. Good try. That worked. Guaranteed. GG. Nice try. I have to break my controller for that, I feel like. Fair enough. Don't get hit. The next hit, if the next hit hits me, I'm stunned. Brother. Brother. They whiffed an attack. I punished. They immediately fly back and fireball my ass. No. You notice that 75% of the time I'm just running around. I'm so afraid to punish hits now. I'm so afraid to punish. What is this? And that worked. Good. Why am I not surprised? That hit? Brother, I am so baffled out of my mind. Sometimes monsters are fuck. This one literally has an evil aura on its head. It's big red flag. They behave the same with normal Rattlers. Well, I say that, but I don't think that's how a Rattler's supposed to behave. I don't know anymore. How the fuck are you supposed to fight Powdermoon when he stays in the fucking air the whole hunt? Fight Rattlers? Kobo can eat. Kubonk? Heck yeah, Kubonk. CB equals Chunky Bowl. Chunky Bowl? Chunky Bowl. I'm out of potions. It's not showing any signs of weakness yet since I don't have any chance to punish at all. It's the biggest of GG if I ever see one. Why is this Rattle so strong? So it's a hyper version of like Rathalos, but hyper is not that they're like, it's not like tempered or frenzied, they're hyper, so they have those aura. So if the part that's glowing red attacks, it deals extra damage, but if I attack the glowing part, I get more like the bar for Hunter Art. Now the small monsters. And then it's a big whiff. Instant charge. Man. I haven't felt this helpless in a long time. don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Trying to keep calm. Trying my best to keep calm. There's no reason to shout anything. I just gotta think, but I don't have anyone to share with. Huh? This one takes too long. Oh, that was Iron Man kidding. What happened? Angry time? Yep. Throwing a big temper tantrum right now. What should I make for lunch today? What do you have in mind? Is there like a selection that we can choose? You can do it to our pocket kaput. I sure as hell can try, yeah. Is there my old 3DS Regeneration Ultimate around somewhere? I remember always playing as a Palico. Playing as a Palico is pretty fun. Bless you. Okay, that's all block. I understand. That's not a dodge. I understand. You know what? I understand. I actually don't see a chance why I can hit him. Yeah. Damn. Little chicken, maybe I make some wurst? Go for some curry wurst. I've had that in years. Don't eat the grenade. Grenade is kinda delicious though. Even Slack Pop is trying to kill me right now. And I think about Wilds isn't even that great of a game. It doesn't have much content, no subspecies, no Elder Dirks. I'm just waiting for the title updates before I give like my final consensus. I'm off to lunch. Yep, have a good lunch, Mer. Oh, it's this map. Oh, that's a death and a half. Good try. I mean, there's nothing I can do about the poison. Unfortunate loss. Unfortunate loss, what can I say? A good try. However disgusting everything is right now. And I just don't know if it's just me. But the monsters today sure feels like they're on some kind of a drug, definitely. It feels like today the hunt has been double the difficulty for all the hunts I had today. Which is kind of weird, to be honest, but hey, it happens. Yeah, let me just eat. I think I'm gonna stop here. If I play anymore, it wouldn't be as enjoyable anymore. Time for a little nap. You know what? A nap sounds good, yeah. Even though it's like nighttime already, but the nap still sounds good. What do you mean, what? Fish food? Have a good nap. I play WoW? Hi, Swift. Hope you're doing good. Increase sharpness when you strike right after the attack is being deflected? I should have stuck with Maple Story, I guess, but hey. You know what, at least we made some progress today. Did some optional quest, feels good. But, oh hi Nexus. Wanted to stream earlier, but there's been a sandstorm for like the past month, so bad internet. Shit, that's unfortunate. Not napping? I think I'm gonna chicken burger, I think. Hey, chicken burger sounds good. I might even get one myself. Hope you're doing good, Nexus. I'm sorry that I'm throwing like a huge temper tantrum for the past 2 hours, I feel like. Yeah, it's just today it's very weird. All the hunts were double the difficulty, it feels like. As much as I want to promise this won't happen again, it's hard. I feel like I have anger issues, yeah. Hey, too much. Oh, okay. My anger is that I'm not angry enough. I honestly never seen you angry before, so maybe. Anger issues are difficult to deal with. True. I mean, as much as I want to say that my anger issues is way better than I was before, now I don't. Now I don't know, to be honest. Maybe not. I'm thinking about it too much. See me? See you? See you? Yeah, see you. Play. You know, you're playing Dota 2, and then you're not like actually being. Or at least I don't feel. I don't know. I must get more angry if I call my team stupid to the directly a lot. I mean, if I'm playing Dota, I'm gonna be the stupid one since I don't know how to play them at all. I don't know how to play like Dota, League of Legends, those kind of games. My brain just doesn't work when I play games like that. I just always want to like, yeah, charge, and then die, and then people say that Bobo stupid team. And then when people die, and then they'll be like, where my team? I wonder if there's gonna be new monsters, to be honest. Like this... How do I get more HR? I mean, I know how to get more HR, but... You know, I feel like... I need to get more HR so that I can look at more different dragons. Unless this is the entire roster already that I've been seeing. You know, other than these. You know, other than these. And then there's also... sorry. The special permit ones. I don't know. I tried joining on Discord to share something, but I think I'm in a limbo. Let me check. You just joined, or... Oh, you just joined. Okay, give me a second. I'm doing it, like, manually. I don't have, like... You react to this, you get a roll. I'm more like... You react to this, you have to wait for me to check if you get it, and then I'll give you a roll. Manual. Since I don't want the habit of like people just join the server and then they just sort of, you know, don't read the rules and just click the thing. And then they get a roll. There, done. Anger issues can take many forms. Too much bullying and not exerting it on folks put out of the blue. Oh. I don't know which one is mine, to be honest. I have no idea. Maybe all of them. I just hope not the last one, because the last one is in my opinion the worst one ever. Like, if I'm angry, I don't want to lash out on innocent people, right? And they are not responsible for me behaving like a fucking little baby, being angry like wee wee, right? So I feel like exerting it on other people who is not responsible for me being mad is like the worst one by far. Or like the worst one I've read, question mark? Yeah. Alright, I'm good. Look, there's rice. I don't play it though. I already have it on Steam. This is my sister's one. my elder sister is coming back to Miri April 18. Heck yeah. April 18, she's coming back. You know, the sister that appears on yeah, that one. There she is. Speaking of, right, it's too quiet. I don't like it. I must be quieter. More quiet. Coming back with Ajon. Yeah, just careful. Ajon might hit his head because he's too tall. It's everyone's fault for not being as angry as me. When are you angry though? So yeah. A lot of people are playing Repo. I guess we can right into Dan. Raven's Watch. Ravenfall? Oh, are they two different? Wait, Dan is playing Raven's Watch, and then there's Ravenfall happening on the background. I think. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. I feel like I can step out of being angry, like, no, no, I am, and just put it aside. Oh, I mean, if the thing is, if I'm angry, and then people are talking to me, I won't lash out at them. I'll try to keep it, keep it to myself, since they are not responsible for me being angry. It's the game. You can lash out at me for what reason? I don't wanna. I will cry. I don't wanna. Why? Why are there so many random people adding me on Facebook? I'm not even using Facebook anymore. Alright. I guess we can run into Dan, yeah. I don't see... Let's see, Umi Dirt. Oh wait, it's the sea dragon. Wait, the sea dragon, that's very into 4, right? Huh. Oh, it's a topic. My method is less putting it aside and more if something distracts me and it's gone. That's also a thing. When I'm really angry, I'll go punching back. At least that's how I do it. If I can, anyway. Share the thing. Oh heck yeah, look at that cool dog. Love that cool dog. Mm. Yes. No embed? No, I see the picture. What's embed? I don't know what embed is, but I see the picture. Oh, hi Pinky. Thing also shared on server. Edit to link to embed. Oh, like FX and then to make it embed. A lot of legendaries today. Spotted. Uh-oh, spotted. I spotted a pinky. Uh-oh. Shark. I should fish. I want to fish out Brekkie as well. Thanks for the head pet. What? Double tiger shark? What if I didn't get tiger shark? A lot of legendaries today. My turn, my turn. Yikes. Hey, that's... I could eat that, I think. To be fair, they do have 2. What do you mean they have 2? I don't know. It's getting really dark. You know what? Give me a second. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. I'm back. Enjoy. Let me double check. I mean, I rated them. I don't really rate into Umi Dirk as much. Well, they are a dragon. And to me, all dragons are cute. Yeah, Umi. If I'm not mistaken, Umi is like very into Vor, right? Even some of the redeems is like Vor related. Welcome back, Merp. Umi a cutie. Umi is pretty cute, yeah. Lunch consume? Heck yeah. Gonna go the live. Gonna go do the live now. Yep, yep. Have a good stream, Merp. Umi playing Sea of Thieves. Huh. We can rain to him, yeah. Let me plug my things real quick. Ayo. So here's the coffee link, and I need to summon Bernie manually. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. My eyes are like spazzing out. Anxiety? Coffee? Too much coffee? Kobo pulling out things? I'm pulling out something, alright. And even though Pinky did it just now, I'm still gonna plug it. Alright, I have a Discord channel. I spam dragon pictures when I can. I announce stream stuff over there as well. But the most important thing is the dragon simping corner. The most important thing ever. Because it's dragon simping corner. Oh hey, look! The Streamlabs is doing it again. Never seen a dragon picture? Only only cool dogs pictures, right? Or pictures of cool dogs, huh? That's fair. They are kind of a cool dog. Oh yeah, and then I mean asking Dragon for puppies is very normal, right? I'm pretty sure it is. Dragons are just giant scaly puppies. So kobolds are tiny scaly puppies, huh? I think I like that. Alright, let me type in the rate to Umi. Many fish were caught today? Yeah. And one braggy as well. Maybe even let Kobo sit atop it. That sounds good. Like, me being a kobold, my favorite activity is flopping on top of Dragon Snoot. And I just think that's a good activity to pass time. Just flopping on top of Dragon Snoot. Love that. Okay, I type in the raid. I'm not sure what to do tomorrow, honestly. Oh. Can I maybe I kind of want to play some gun game again. County Strike. Did you give up on Wilds? No, I didn't. I'm picking. Oh, I'm still playing Wilds, but not on stream only. Since when I stream the game, my PC tends to be very loud, and I kind of scared. But recently, I also found something that might help. Looseless scaling on Steam. Yeah, I tried it last night, playing Wilds with looseless scaling on. It makes the game runs at... Wow. It makes the game runs at a quite stable 30 FPS, and I was like, oh, nice, it's pretty good. I like that, right? That kind of helps. So I don't know how much that's gonna help in terms of me streaming it. I think I'm gonna stream the game when the first title update comes out, but for now, since it's just grinding and not much to do, you know, it's just... I mean, I already got a few armor sets that I want. I already have like my Gore Magala armor set, Gore Magala dual blade, and then some arc weld stuff, some a lot of radar stuff. Maybe I want to find some. Maybe I want to find some Uftuna as well, the belly flop fish. Yeah, something like that. Killed the big white one last night. Heck yeah. I assume that's arc weld. You know, big white one. I don't know why Nata is still in the game. A lot of people hate Nata, but I just don't hate Nata as much. I think he's annoying, but I also think that he went through PTSD and also some, you know, like kids, it's hard to do decisions, that kind of thing. That impulse action, right? Hard to say. He's annoying and he has no purpose past finding his village and pointing at the monster. Maybe Nata could come in clutch when it comes during like the end game, you know, the fifth title update or something like that. I don't know. Maybe even the next DLC has something to do with Nata's past or like future or what he is right now. Maybe there's like another mode that allows us to play as Nata, and you can only play sword and shield and deals like half the damage and no health. I don't know, but well, okay, enough joking around, right? But like, I can see why people hate Nata so much. But to me, I just cannot hate Nata that much. I think he's annoying. Yeah, I think he's annoying. But I think he's also dealing with like trauma, you know, PTSD. And I think just because of that one single thing, it's like, it doesn't make me hate him as much. Like, his behavior is because of that, so I don't hate him as much. Maybe I feel what he's feeling, right? There are a few moments where I see Nata being like that, and I was like, yeah, I feel that one. Maybe I went through it as well, I don't know. Something similar, not exactly like that, but similar. I don't know, hard to say, right? Hard to say. I don't hate Nata as much. Like, we found the monster and found his village, when we still drag him around. I will let me try and fight the monster with the rock. Just throw the rock. Hey, maybe Nata could be like the assistant hunter in the future. You know, like, since we don't use slinger shots as much, especially when it comes to like Thunder Crest, Rock Burst, Thorn Grass Pot, something like that. I use the heavy pots, right? Heavy slicing, heavy piercing, heavy blunt. Those kind of pot I use. Maybe Nata could use the small one. I don't know. When you find a monster, he gets mad and picks up a rock and tries to fight it on his own accord and don't care. And then Alma is like, you're not authorized to hunt that. Nata is like, nah bitch, I have rock. I would have let him. If he dies, he dies. Look, Hunter, see, Nata, I don't know if you like finished the story already or not. What I'm about to say is spoiler though. I just killed the big white one the first time? Oh wait, the big white one is after the smaller white one. So you fought Arkfeld and then Zosia awakened. Yeah, what I say is still a spoiler to you. What I want to say is a spoiler to you. I wouldn't say it. Yeah, Zosia. That's Zosia you just fought. It's such a shame too. Zosia is like only one-time fight. There's not even like an optional quest to fight it, or even investigation that it appears. So sad. The music is so fucking good too. What a missed opportunity. Maybe Zosia is gonna come back at some point as like a big boy boss like Alatrion or Fatalis in World, something like that. Hopefully, that'll be cool as fuck. Even not Fatalis level. Is it a new monster? Game wise, yeah. But if you're on lore wise, it's a construct of Shagaru, Safi, Fatalis, and a few other. It's not in the other game, right? So lore wise, it's not really a new monster, it's a construct. But game wise, it's a new monster. Right? It's hard to say, this one. Because it's like reused asset, right? Construct are supposed to be like made with the knowledge of other monsters. You haven't replayed the fight? No. Such a shame, really. I was so disappointed too when Narix first told me that. It's like, you cannot fight Zosia anymore. It's like, ah, fuck. So sad, really, so sad. Oh, it's 7. Okay. No more Zosia fight. Very sad. It's so sad. For the game more fun with gunlands because I got good at perfect blocking. Yep. Every weapon. Well, I wouldn't say every weapon since I don't play light bowgun and heavy bowgun, but the weapons I play, everything except for heavy bowgun and light bowgun, is very satisfying to play, right? Sword and shield, many cuts, R2 always broken, great sword, it's fucking hell, like the tackle into offset, the offset itself is already really fun. Dual blade, go apeshit, no brain, I love it. What else? Lance? Hell yeah, just keep poking. A block is also an attack. use it. It's so good, right? Hammer is like you have to preemptively attack sometimes if you expect the enemy is going to attack, and then you offset them. Oof. Hammer offset is so fucking satisfying. Offset in general is so good. Hunting Horn OP, I love it. Echo Bubble really fun. Gun Lance, easy to play, I like that, right? What else? Insect Glaive is a little bit hard to play, but I still kinda like it with the offset rising slash, something like that. The descending slash into that big boy, yeah, that was really fun. I don't want to offset this. You know, oh, Gunlands don't have offset. Offset is a specific attack from a weapon that you attack them. So you do your offset move, you swing your weapon, the moment they hit you, you swing your weapon and it clashes, it's an offset. And that effect is like, so good. That's offset. Might not be the best explanation, but that's kind of what it is. Kind of. What else do we have? A bow. Ooh, bow is kinda hard to play, but bow is very satisfying when you have like stamina surge, constitution, and also if you have like a pierce coating bow, it's like, ooh, heck yeah. Trace I don't use as much, surprisingly, since I feel like it's I feel like I would rather use the gauge to do the coating instead of like spamming tracer. That's how I feel anyway. Like when you clash with perfect block, no, that's the other thing. That's trying to like, that's a power clash. Yeah, that's a power clash. It's not offset. Terrible news. I'm out of maple syrup. Oh no. Is it easy to buy maple syrup? I don't think I've seen maple syrup here. I must handle in my Canadian card now. Oh, you must hand in. Oh no. Oh wait, is maple syrup a Canada thing? It's easy to get. I just being a goober. Fair enough. I'm always a goober. Maple syrup is kind of expensive, even more now that King Emperor trumps. I feel like him being in charge is gonna cause so much trouble. It's insane. We're the biggest exporter of maple syrup in the world. Canada? Ooh, that's kinda cool. I don't think there's maple syrup in Malaysia. Not that I know of anyway. I might be wrong, since I don't go shopping as much, so cannot say for sure. Is Umi still streaming? Okay, Umi is still streaming. Okay. We can raid into Umi. It's just other honey. Ooh. But it's syrup though. Is it honey? Honey is syrup-ish, right? Isn't maple like a kind of leaf? Leaf, right? Not a plant. It's not a plant. No, it's from maple trees? Oh shit. It's made from maple sap that's boiled, so it's not as liquid? Honey is made from bees. Oh. Oh, in a way, one is vegetarian, one is Beanarian? I don't know. I use it like honey for cooking. Oh. Insects are considered meat, but they are just husk, no? Do they even have protein? Do they even contain protein? Honey is not vegan. I don't think honey is, since bees are insectoid, and I don't think insectoid has meat in them. I don't think they have protein in them. Insects have muscles and flesh. Oh shit. Oh, that's scary. Oh god, I'm already afraid of bugs and now I know about that. Oh god. Yeah, insect have protein. You can get powder crickets at Yeah, no, I'll pass. They just have power armor. That's kind of cool. If you put it that way, that's kind of cool. I like that. I'm hungry. Yeah, I should get food. It's 7:11 p.m. Oh, hell yeah. They have outside bones. Main difference, we have inside bones. I dehydrated cricket before. Was fine. Bit crunchy, not much flavor, but fine. Oh, it's 5 a.m. Holy! Go sleep, you dragon. If you don't sleep, you're a dragon. If you sleep, you're a cool dog. Wait, I'm contradicting myself though. I sleep during the day. I'm not gonna like pry into your personal life, but hey, if you sleep during the day, as long as everything is fine, heck yeah. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I already typed in the raid to Umi Dirk about half an hour ago. I feel like. All right. Anyway, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, right? A 5 more hour stream? Nah. Nah. I want food. Well, maybe Sunday I'll do like another 18-hour stream. Or maybe not 18, just like a longer stream than usual. I want to do that again. I miss doing that. I can definitely do it during Saturday and Sunday, or one of them, right? Especially during Saturday. And today is Saturday. Hey, maybe I should do more of those stream, right? It's not special, but it's... I used to do 18-hour, but I don't think I can do it anymore. Let's do a 12, why not, right? A 12 is good enough, I think. So if I stream from 12, I have to stream until 12. Yeah. Food is bad for you. Most people who died have in common that they eat food. Well, it's almost as if everyone breathes air as well. Alright, here comes right to Umi Dirk. Hiya. Raiding to a dragon. Heck yeah. Wait, what do you mean what? I stopped. Don't do it. Breathe. Unless you're into... I know there are people out there who is into that certain thing, right? I've seen a few. Right, I've seen a few. Yeah, I've seen a few. There are people who's into that, but just what is that certain thing? I stopped breathing now. that sentence? Yeah, that sentence. Not exactly, but that sentence. I guess if you know, you know. As if it's, I can read that. Rare play is a thing, not really mine, but I can see the appeal too. Before we raid out, I will reveal. Did you know that it's mine? Oh my god, wow. Good. Well, now you know. Alright. Take care everyone. Kobo loves you. Bye bye.